Is that gonna capture? Please. Stream. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we're back at it with the good old Phoenix Wright. Don't know if we'll finish the trial we were working on last time, or if we'll have to separate it and complete it on Thursday's stream. We'll just have to see. But instead of sitting here pissing about too much, let's go ahead and at least get in game. So Saturday I was feeling a little too under the weather to stream. Basically I've been, let's say, since Thursday last week. My voice has been feeling a little bit crusty. You probably couldn't like hear it much on the Thursday stream, but I definitely wasn't feeling the best. So yeah, today though I feel like my voice is probably good enough to at least try and do some of the voices here with the good old Phoenix Wright. Let's go ahead and get it rolling then. Oh god. There we go. I probably should do like vocal exercises before these kinds of streams. Not that I'm like the epitome of voice acting, but you know, it does help to at least get warmed up.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Okay, so let me try and recall what happened last time. So we had just left off, we had Gant on the stand. We'd come to the conclusion that Goodman had been murdered in 2 different locations at the same time. Which, for those of you not logistically inclined, is impossible? Yeah, it's impossible. So, now we gotta figure out what the fuck all that's about. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room.
What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Or try to, at least.
Alright, let's do it.
She's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's gonna be much help with this. I forget that I'm always like whispering when I'm doing that. It's not like just me thinking.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us.
Okay. And what do you bring to the table? Earlier you taught me how to pick an item up and look at it. I'm sure you'll have something else very riveting here.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Yeah. It was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
Should probably teach you how to smell with your nose. True, I haven't been breathing through my nose at all, so I don't know what smells are in this world. I've always like, when it comes to food, whenever like I feel the heat, I'm like, ah, the food is coming. I can't smell like when they're bringing out a nice meal. And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, ah, yes, that looks good. I wish I could smell it like everybody else does.
That oil drum.
Was it empty? Oh, fuck this. I'm not doing her voice. She's gone. Get her out of here. Throw her out.
My sister erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never.
Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister.
That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminal testing fluid.
Luminal?
Bloody sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Oh, we're going night vision mode, baby.
To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press
Enter.
to spray it. Okay, let's find some blood stains.
Right, well, if we're looking for bloodstains, they would have been like, what, right here? There's some blood there. So, that said, that's not enough to really get a ton on, like, the bottom of a shoe. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain?
It's so...
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe.
So, it is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay?
Sure, sounds good.
See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy too.
I saved up my allowance to buy that.
Can't wait till I can rest again on her voice, because I feel like I'm still fluctuating, trying to remember what the fuck I was doing for it. Uh-oh, I got a cough. Alright. Solution used for scientific investigation. Finds blood traces. Spray to use. Alright.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day.
Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Uh-oh. Oh, great. How many times I gotta tell you to piss off?
I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star! You only trust your eyes, and not bad, you two.
I don't want your fucking box! I spike it out of her hand.
This day-old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, it's just... that kind of lead in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright, so I guess we can talk.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, you know. I witnessed everything from that security office right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable.
Uh-oh.
Little girl, don't forget what's important. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands.
I'm pretty sure she didn't stab her or stab Detective. I think she took the knife out.
Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman.
Now this photograph has something important to tell us. What?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of the suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought somebody gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
And you were let go? Fired? Mm-hmm. Did this before. Was at the trial. Oh, the SL9 incident, huh?
And it's all because of that case, the SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Alright. Take a look at the court record real quick. Anything cool we got on this? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Alright. Let's take a look around some more then, shall we? Damn. Right there. Is there anything suspicious?
Here, a phone. Let's see if it works.
Hey! Don't touch stuff don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching.
I can't hear anything. My ears, no, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure.
What's she babbling about? Oh wait, yeah, no, that we heard that last time. I was thinking about it, I'm like, huh, sounds familiar. All right, I kind of want to spray this. Ah, there we go. Thought there'd be something there. Some blood must be from when Lana.
No, my sister isn't the murderer.
But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? The right hand is bandaged.
Hey, just whose side are you on?
This has nothing to do with taking sides. So, this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. It just keeps getting worse. There's one thing that I'm kind of curious about here. Strange. I feel like there should be some blood on that. I'm gonna puff everything real quick. Blast the whole goddamn place, empty the bottle! Alright, I don't think there's anything here first. Can we present her with this?
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guardroom. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So you went straight to the scene of the crime.
And I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. And that's when I took this photo, yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime?
And those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
The 5 minutes you weren't, the 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time?
What do you think about this?
The SL9 incident. And it's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. And as I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Could you take a look at this? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is just the text for if you try and present something that doesn't matter. Does you have anything to say about the paper? Okay, maybe unlock the dialogue option.
That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? To who?
2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled.
A lot going on there, huh?
The police and the prosecutors were desperate for the decisive evidence. So...
So, they didn't solve it?
On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence, of sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, and others found themselves out of a job.
And you were one of those?
Myself and the other person you know well.
Wait, could it be?
Exactly. Detective Jacob Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall.
Interesting.
As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. And he was demoted. However, he wasn't forgotten. And neither have I.
Oh, he hasn't forgotten. Whoops. You haven't forgotten SL9?
And there was another side to that case, a hidden side, and that's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait, those lunches you sell.
There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection.
So, Rookie,
What?
it seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this.
Salisbury steak lunch?
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Alright. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Alright.
Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your... Are you his going out? Are you going out?
Are you his going out? There you go.
Why do you want to know?
I was just wondering, what happened to him? A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, and he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I are merely cooperating in this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. Alright, I think we got all we need out of here then. Let's head to the High Prosecutor's office. Have a discussion with Edgy Boy.
Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday.
And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here.
I'm sure he's off doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll have to come back. Don't see anything out of the ordinary. But... just for funsies. Just give everything here a little bit of a puff, you know? Can never be too certain. Alright. Place is smelling like like a bottle of alcohol. So let's go ahead and move. Head to the detention center. Alright. Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning.
And I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine?
How's she supposed to answer that? Oh, wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder?
Let's come back later.
Righto. Criminal Affairs Department. How about that? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here.
Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department.
Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot.
It makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene.
Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead.
I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Alright, don't mind me, anybody. I just gotta puff this around a little bit. It's a little fumigation. Make sure the bugs are out of here. Okay. Yep, you're clean. I'm gonna head into the entrance. Goodbye. It's even busier today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all.
So the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is.
She's like a kid in an amusement park.
Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
We were already at a real crime scene. I don't know why you're reacting that way. Hey everybody, just gotta like, yep, just gotta do a little bit of this real quick. I'm sure you don't mind, right? Yeah, of course you don't. Alright, you're clean. Anything up here? You never know where you'll find these things, you know. Alright, I guess the place is clean. Let's see here. Guard station. Gee, I wonder who we'll find here. What's with the lasso? What's with the decor in this place? It's very... eccentric?
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station from the evidence room. Or for the evidence room.
So, beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime?
It sure seems that way. Oh. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly. So imposing. It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
You think? Alright, let's take a look around. I would like to take a look at this lasso right here.
Look, on the floor. A lasso.
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed.
You sure have an active imagination. Okay. Evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. It won't open.
You thought it'd be open. We need someone's permission to go in here first. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
And there's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check who went in and out of there.
Yeah, probably. The cactus.
Yipes. Those sure are prickly. They must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one. Bleh. I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her.
Yeesh. You good, Emma? I'm not so sure I see the resemblance.
It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. The swinging door makes the place look a lot like a saloon.
But look, it's nailed shut. Can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went in through there, the cactus would fall over. Ouch.
I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself.
And there's a security guard uniform hanging there.
It's more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? Paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that isn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information myself for the time being. Right. Well, there's not much else here at the moment, it doesn't look like. Well, time to spray everything down. Yep. A little bit everywhere. Just part of my job. Alright, place looks clean. Alright, well. Where do we go now then? Guess we'll just mosey on about, see what we can find. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Huh?
Wasn't that?
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunch Lad.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Aww. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now it's no time for despair. We caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? I think that's the voice he used for Gumshoe. Can't remember. Yep, we remember this. At least I remember this. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there to have a good cry. Later. Alright.
He ran off to the evidence room.
Oh, this investigation is off to a running start. Alright, let's head down to the... Actually, let's see what he's doing at the evidence room. Nothing? Okay, bye-bye. I guess let's take a shortcut, head here, and then we can go to detention center.
Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah. I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Ah, my fucking ears! What the Who did that? Come out now.
What was that?
Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh no! Officer Meekins! Oh, hi! Greetings, sir!
Wait, I know who you are. Officer Meekins. So you're a guard here at the detention center?
No, sir! I'm not a sir. Or I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report?
No, sir. How should I say this? Wait. He isn't... Is he? You... Officer Meekins. You didn't... Did you? My ears! If you do that again, Meekins, I'll make sure you get a guilty verdict, you little bastard. I mean... Perpetrator Officer Meekins! Reporting, sir.
What?
Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Oh my god, Meekins, please. Sir! I'm a patrolman with the General Affairs, sir! Sir! Ow. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room?
Well, that's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. This dude is hopeless.
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hands. just like Miss Sky.
Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Uh-oh. What about the victim? I don't mean to pry, but you're the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room? Right? Sir! Please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! Holy shit, that is such an annoying noise. If you label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir! Then label me victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention. And alive. And, well, at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. Jeez.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell you the truth, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. Alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared.
That's some story.
Well, in favor of not having my ears blasted out, I'm gonna leave. Bye-bye. Let's go check the guard room now, see if we can get in there. No, nothing here still. Anything new in the parking lot? That doesn't look like it. Alright. Alright, I'm guessing we have to go to Meekins and present something then. I don't think we got anything else to do. Alright, so what can we present to him that he might be able to give us an idea? Officer Meekins, this is for you. Ah! I'm scared tonight, sir! It's okay, just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir! Last night, sir! That's the one! I was an apple, sir. In my dream, sir. And I was being peeled.
On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife.
He's overreacting to the knife. I guess he's been through a lot. And this one. Okay, so he doesn't want to look at either of the knives. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir?
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Alright, let's see here. What could he maybe give us some information on? Yeah, nothing there.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir! That's it!
That's White.
My head was blank until this very moment. I gotta clear my throat. Hold on a minute. But sir, now I remember. Sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of all of it.
This ID card?
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing can be more exact, sir. Nothing. Better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost. I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. And that's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? Well, that's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and I leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir.
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir, and everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean by that, Emma?
Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card.
In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if the body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, on the tape. Huh.
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, really, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge, I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Ooh. Uh-oh, we got something happening here.
Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk.
Let's believe she's Gant.
And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what that means if there was anything You know what it means if there's anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
I see.
Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant. Running for duty, sir.
Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
Guess we should ask him about Edgeworth. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? No, Worthy? Oh, you know. They're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yeah, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you! You got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? True. Von Karma. The legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why? They do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detectives getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume.
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. And that's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't just give away all our secrets like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. And I can't just talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. And I can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut.
Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier?
Huh? You saw that? Whoops! Wonder what it was he wanted the chief of detectives to do.
Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Let's try it. Oh, sorry you had to see that. Oh wait, this is the chief of detectives. I think I gave him the Bane voice a couple cases ago.
What exactly did Chief of Police want you to do?
Well, you see over there, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
Maybe I should have let another couple days go before I did one of these streams, because I can feel my throat kind of fucking tanking. We'll ride it out as long as we can. The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Half-written document. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Alright, well that gives us everything we want to know for the exact moment. So let's head to the guard station. Still nothing here, huh? Well, I would assume we'd be able to use his card here. We got this string like the first stream. I guess I can't use it on it. Yeah, not really anything we can do there. Okay. No, I didn't listen to these guys. Doing an eye test, huh?
That wasn't a salute. It was an eye test.
They make a good pair. I don't remember if they were doing that before. Blue Badger's still writhing around today. Don't show him. Go. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday.
Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel like he's gonna do something naughty.
Yeah, with a face like that, I can't blame you. Alright, let's head back to the criminal affairs. I guess we can try presenting some stuff. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Ah, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who still can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one.
I can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe?
Either him or the dancing blue badger. Alright, I guess we should head around and see if we can find Gumshoe sitting around somewhere. Yeah, nothing right there, or nothing new there. Maybe up at the prosecutor's office? Nope. Damn. What are we missing? Only thing I can think right now is talking to Gant some more, because we can't go into the guard station. Or we can't go into the evidence room from guard station. Alright, let's head back to Gant and see if we can present him anything. Or maybe we could look at the detective's desks. Yeah, okay, there's nothing new there. What about this guy? Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
I know. The killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age.
He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Hey, I mean, I guess you gotta chase that bread wherever you can. Poster of a female officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. So this is police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force.
The design's a little changed from the one outside.
Well, the dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see.
You have a trade?
Absolutely. It's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then. You'll give her nightmares. Alright, I guess we gotta present him with something here. Nothing there. I get the feeling he's not gonna budge on anything here. Yeah, I really want us to go look and find Detective Gumshoe, but I genuinely have no idea where we could go. Probably means she wasn't lying when she saw Miss Sky stab. Where's the security guard anyway?
Well, this is just something I heard. But apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Star.
There's a force to be reckoned with. Okay. What to do? Well, where should we begin?
Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with that, you know, that thing.
The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Ugh.
Oh, well, you see...
We should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it?
I'm not being very useful here, am I?
No, you're being very helpful. Alright. I mean, you're at the police department. And then there's the guard station. I don't know if there's anything we can even do here. Maybe we can look at the... Yeesh, what do they want us to do? Not very obvious. Oh, probably be good to check this, huh? Okay. 2-21. Bruce Goodman. Okay. Is there anything unique about this?
Wow, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of the steak frying on the grill.
No doubt it's all cold and tough by now.
No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this.
So long as she didn't put any other organs in here. Let's see. Ingredients, meat.
She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically.
Yeah. Let's hope so.
Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used.
Go to town.
Huh? It says here, hours of sweat and labor.
So that's why the sauce is so salty. Alright. Jeez, really up shit's creek here. I can't figure out anything. Like, the only lead I have is something we... Huh?
Wow, we got a reaction.
There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something. Planted their head right in these spines.
I think that might be more painful than being murdered.
Well, alright, I guess I gotta spray this place down more thoroughly this time. Alright, well, that was it there. Where is Goodman? Or, well, not Goodman. Gumshoe. Texas and they look pretty busy.
Just imagine, right now, behind those doors.
Oh, wait, we already heard this. I just had to ask for permission. You gotta be kidding me. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask for help. Ask me for help, that is. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Come on. Pay attention, Gant. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. Don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, "Sir, can I borrow $50?" I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
Just goes to show you never ask. Because just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
And that's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Something trips me up about Gant here.
Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy?
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go in the evidence room now, sir.
This place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright, well, piddled about for a while because we missed one text prompt. Seems about right. Alright. So maybe we have to investigate the door real quick. There we go. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Well, let's just walk in. Huh? It won't open.
Aha! Card reader's turned off, see?
What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina's sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Set the card readers on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Present the food. That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Star.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Alright. Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like
He's willing to talk.
alright.
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at Detention Center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong. I call him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know.
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding on the highway on a horse called Zippy.
There's no need for people here, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved in the record books. It smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case. And that's right. The evidence transfers. Edgeworth was talking about the transfers too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on those tapes?
I reckon they might be. The security guard, you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Just want to check something real quick. 5842-189. 5842 at 5:15 p.m. Wait a fucking minute. Okay, so things are starting to add up a little bit. So the reason I'm like kind of caught off guard here is Goodman entered the office at 5:14 p.m. Then at 5:12 p.m. that's when Edgeworth's car pulled into the parking lots. It's a 30-minute drive between the two places. We found Goodman's ID near the scene of the crime at the prosecutor's office. But we also know that Goodman was stabbed at about 5:15 on the dot, if I remember correctly. Which means there should be so what I'm thinking is Goodman lost his ID. And that's why he was writing this lost item reports. and that he couldn't remember his ID number because he didn't have his ID on him and he didn't have the number memorized. So somebody stole Goodman's ID. That's part of what's going on. And they used it to get into... They used it to get into the evidence room. So I think the order of events here that happened is somebody dressed up as Detective Goodman. And they stole his ID, dressed up as him, and entered the evidence room after killing him and putting him in Edgeworth's trunk. At 5:15, instead of stabbing Detective Goodman, Lana pulled the knife out of him, and that's why that's happening over there. That would at least somewhat explain this inconsistency here.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
So have I. There's some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We kept only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. If we can reinvestigate them, it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what they call transfer. Do it every February.
I see now.
Transfer is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Interesting.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Nah, one that was on the ground in the parking lot. Number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room, blah 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 blah. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. Now I guess I can give you this ID card record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Alright. Let's go ahead and head into the evidence room. We got some investigating to do here. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. Feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Did she slap Gumshoe?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So it is true. What I heard? Okay. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Grant will loan anyone $50? Even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today?
Boss for a day.
Guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Okay. Well, let's have a talk, Gumshoe.
So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. I have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe. Ha! Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is in the inquiry committee now, right?
You're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you think. Every locker is fixed that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card. Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it...
Sap, you get a shock.
That's what happened. My hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Interesting. And the evidence is signed. Okay. Well, let's do some examining, I think.
This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams.
Not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open.
Do you really think it would? Hey pal, our security is high-tech around here. Why's that one in particular? Oh, there's something sticking out of here.
It looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. Guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot of.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk about someone's back, behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Wow, look at this pile of junk in the corner.
Looks like A car door.
And there's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away.
Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
Ah, I remember that. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What a sorry looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal. That's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case out in Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And... I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. Gotta look at their heart. Right. Apologies. What's this? Blood?
It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here.
Looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
Should use her testing fluid to check it out. Obviously, I was gonna do that. I just want to investigate everything real quick.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces here? What piece of SL9 evidence? I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke.
You want me to try and put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
And that's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, fuck me. Okay, well. Q and R. Alright. That fits. Not quite. Alright, well, we're gonna have to sit here for a minute because I'm doing baby's first puzzle. I think this fits. Yeah, there we go. I meant to do that and then... There we go. Getting there. There we go. That one was a little weirder looking, to be honest. Oh, there's some missing still.
Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
But they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I can't understand how it got broken.
Alright. I'd like to take a look at that real quick.
Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here.
Looks like blood.
Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed?
Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months. Maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Is there anything else to look at on here? No. Well, that's 11-0. Let's actually present this to Detective Gumshoe real quick. Did you take a look at this? This is the ID record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Yeah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
Well, what is it?
The second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Interesting. Let's examine some more. Put these pieces together and makes a jar.
There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke.
I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar.
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. Must have taken the contents elsewhere.
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. I had evidence from the case, you know? I mean, SL9? It does have a tag on it. I'll take a look at that in just a minute.
What is the saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's a blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. That's strange. Alright, let's take a look at this glove. Tag says SL9 11. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case.
You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing.
Huh? What's so confusing about that?
Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag.
Zag? Is that a word?
Do you challenge me?
What are we playing? What, are we playing a word game now? Alright. Nothing else out of ordinary with it. Alright, time to spray this bitch down. Oops, forgot to... wrong button. There we go. Spray time. So we've got the... definitely got the fingerprints here. That is bright.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. Jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective.
Alright, well, I figure there's probably gonna be some more stuff here. A lot more stuff, actually. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien?
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on my floor plans.
Hey, if you want any of my opinion, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Alright. About anything else here? It looks to be all of what we got right now. Nothing new. Let's examine this piece of cloth again. Stick it out of here. Alright, well, we need to figure out whose locker this is, then. I think we've gotten all the information we can get out of here, though. So let's go ahead and move to the guard station. It's the police department. See if we can find... She has a lot of leads in the police department. Well, boyfriends, I guess. So let's see if she knows any of the numbers. Could you take a look at this? Alright. It's nothing. Okay. Let's move into... Let's move to the detention center and ask Meekins about this real quick. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Okay, well... I think he'd at least confirm his own tag on there. I was gonna look at his tag, but that doesn't work. Okay, criminal affairs. Nope, Gant's not here anymore. Guess we need to head to... Let's head here. Maybe Edgeworth's available now. No dice. Okay. Must still be stuff in the evidence room that we need to check. Let's go to the guard room and present this. Sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither wild nor west here.
Aha! That and this are two different things entirely.
I guess so? Huh. I'm lost.
Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Alright. How about this? Alright, you ain't got anything for me, do you? Shit. Alright, well. Maybe I'll let us take a look at the picture. Or the camera footage.
You sure have a lot of monitors in here.
There's 8 cameras in the evidence room in all. One for each section.
And which monitor shows the section where the crime took place?
Why do cattle sit before the rain comes? It's not for man to know.
Unless you're the security guard responsible.
Alright, I guess. Not gonna give us anything there. Damn it. Okay.
And this cactus sure is prickly. It must be real.
Just keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt. Billy. The cactus has a name?
Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your wrong hand. Or on your hand.
Ah, a rawhide cow skin 10-gallon hat. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it. So it got stuck on the spines and he couldn't get it off. Wonder if we spray the blood in here, will that prompt some dialogue from him maybe? Guess we can't look at it. Alright. Well, in that case, let's go back in. Oh yeah, we have to present. Here we go. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Alright. You can't open the locker if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from the case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Well, that's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady? Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16? And that's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. That is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal.
Art?
He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony. But there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony, so they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? No, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful! I toiled night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I could see why they moved it. So one thing that kind of bugs me is, what's this handprint here for? Because he only used yellow and blue as far as we can tell. The green, I guess, will give an exception. So why is there gray? Anything else to present? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have... well... someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Heads up. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself. Ah. Congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. He's forgotten. That's the victim, Detective Gumshoe, or Goodman's ID card. It's not Gumshoe. I'm not the victim. I'm still alive. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number 2. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe. Rebel against the system. So that's gonna be a song. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder. A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. Started the rumor mill. Rumors. About forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer today. The other day. It's the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So, that's Switchblade.
The victim took the knife out of evidence locker himself? Interesting. Okay, maybe that's enough to proc like a world state change. I don't think there's anything we have to ask him about now. Let's go mosey around, see if there's anything. God damn it, Edgeworth, where are you? Really not getting any luck here, huh? Let me make sure. I know I showed him the paper before, but I didn't remember if it was this or this, so maybe I like accidentally did it. Extremely thin rubber glove. He wouldn't happen to know anything about this, I don't think. So let's go ahead and move out. Nothing new here. Let's see if Sky here has, or not Sky, Angel has anything to say. Nope. Great. What about this? Okay, I figure we ain't getting anywhere with her, so let's go ahead and just move back upstairs. Then go to criminal affairs, maybe. Is there anything, nothing new here? Shit. Alright, but guess it's just back to Marshall and Gumshoe. We'll have to just like quiz them more about stuff. Okay. Let's ask him about the security camera again. Yep. We know about this. So is there no way for me to use the console in here? Guess not. Alright, let's move back in there then. Pretty sure we've already went over this, investigated everything that we could here. Oh, didn't open the door.
And that's the door we just came in through.
Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out.
I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside.
Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Maybe... Let's make sure there's like nothing in here. Huh.
Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom.
That's weird.
I wonder which side is up.
Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar?
At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right?
It's rather strange. Alright. Let's, I guess let's make sure we sprayed everything down properly. Wait a minute. There we go. I could have swore I sprayed this, but
Why am I getting a reaction here?
there's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey! That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma?
I always buy it by mail order.
Oh, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to do? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
One that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Alright, there we go. World state change. There we go. Underground parking lot leads to prosecutor. Edgy's about to be pissied. Ah, great. Here we go. Ah, yes. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right. Does the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. And I think he was trying to console me somehow. Real info's on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Alright, time to talk, brother. Let's go. So, how'd the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence, and they gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? And I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I am still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, Something happened?
They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still...
Never seen him out of this out of sorts. I want to talk to you about a couple things.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him the best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. Oh, right. I'd better check this now.
As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage.
Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The Chief of Police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It'd have to be if it was the evidence that's already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. AI-16. Okay.
Stubborn as always. I told you there's nothing to do with the case. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right?
It all has to do with that case you were on. The SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in.
You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
Must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant.
That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then.
He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why was a Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation?
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't.
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid, Well then, you might have a use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints?
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth. I'm really... No need to think. Here, take your powder and those fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Alright. Well, there we go.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. Do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Alright, let's get it rolling. We really don't need it. Shit, hold up a sec. Ah, okay. We really don't need to check the phone. We're pretty sure that that was Lana who used it. So let's head into the evidence room. Investigation has turned in. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective's locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right. Let's get started. First, choose the finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that will leave behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating, choose a finger.
I'll go with this one.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
With enter, see?
Ah. Looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See?
Wow. That looks like fun. Might take some getting used to, though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. These are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
Guess I better give it a try. Sprinkle it all on that bitch. Get it nice and good. Alright.
Aha! You did it! You found one!
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does it mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck?
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. And while we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely, it seems there are fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood. Alright, let's get this shit nice and on there. And blow. Oh, come on. Really gonna bust my balls here, aren't you? Alright, we good? There we go.
Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling.
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet. This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
Guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints.
Huh?
how am I supposed to know who it was?
I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? And that means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would we most likely find on this evidence locker?
I'd say it's probably gonna be Gumshoe.
Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess it's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got the luminal fluid reaction, right?
Right! And there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this?
There go our eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh. Right. So, that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me.
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. That'd be right here. What a fun and interactive minigame. I sprinkle the powder. I blow the powder. Well, that's pretty incomplete. I'll give it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, try a different finger then.
So... Isn't this the one I just did? Oh, no, apparently not. Alright, a little bit more up here. A little more down here. That should get it, right? Oh, fucking blow me. Alright. So we're looking for an identical swirl. Shake Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints, they...
Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh. Oh!
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain.
But why would Officer Marshall?
Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
All right. Well, it's time for a court trial. We're 2 hours in. I've definitely dragged my feet on this investigation, so we're gonna have to work our ass off on this.
So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all,
The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So, how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? And what do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. And that's what I mean.
But Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, we're gonna have to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Alright, I guess we're gonna be working it around here. Fortunately, we gotta blame the cowboy. But, do what you gotta, right?
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready.
Oh.
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I and the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed would reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy, things are getting wild from the get-go. Oh boy, I don't like doing this voice.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Officer Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. And I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report to the crime. Consider that in order.
Sir, yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Alright.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man in the evidence room, on the evidence screen, or the security screen, and I'm sorry, sir, I can't get my testimony right, and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. And I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. And that's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain your consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more information to work with.
Alright, cross-examination, starto.
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
And I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. And that was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
And tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. And I have one right here around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! And that was when I spotted the man on the security camera.
Okay. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife out. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
And that's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. And that's when I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. And I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir.
About what time did you regain your consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, alright. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
You hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, and take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered to me just this morning, sir.
The chief delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. And that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains security footage. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
It's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
Video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Five Nights at Freddy's ass shit right here. Shit. That didn't look good. Fuming.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Well, sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room in some sort of activity.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. That means he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do so. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker, equipped with this fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean The victim of the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't remember where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. And that's where I have to start. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would have been classified as the latter?
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir. But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see?
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him, and I'll bet my badge on it.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins.
Ah!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Detective Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him.
Okay. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. And they only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
What kind of methods he's tried?
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. And they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. And I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir! If I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security tape? Security video? Sure, there's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
And this contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting.
Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense and point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman?
What are these asinine controls? Do you have the photo of... This feels odd. I feel like that's it right there. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this?
Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it.
Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine?
Don't look at me with those bleary eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Now what do I do? Play the video again. Very well. Let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt.
Just the one pointing his finger at us.
I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of.
To point out a finger. Okay. Yep. Alright, so let's fast forward. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. There's something wrong there, like how he's opening it. Right. Aha, there it is. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir! Do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it is a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
according to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. I hate this music. It's driving me insane. This might push me to do an SL9. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well. Just goes to show how novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Your Honor?
Yes. Why isn't the locker locked?
Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Maybe something like jam the system sensor?
Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause for this.
Well, my initial inclination is going to be right there. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, thank God they stopped the music. Oh, I'm free.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. And I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my...
We can't be sure that an item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
I mean, it's pretty clear where we're going with this. The fucking glove was inserted between the sensor and the door. And this white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
No, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 to 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense present the evidence? What was the insulator that stuck in the locker door?
I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. And the video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir! It would appear so, sir!
Order! 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 So are we to believe then that the victim, whom the witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir! Me, sir? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Oh, of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Damn it, Meekins, just leave. You're screwing up my case.
There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card.
ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too. It doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to cross-examination.
Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget about it.
What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. And instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if you had his ID card, all you had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked?
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got.
Let's just make sure we press on everything. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir.
Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness is referring to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again.
Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, you can hide the evidence.
Mommy, is that the man in blue murder?
Got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the Inquiry Committee want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with this cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him.
Doesn't say where he was killed. I feel like we could present this and say, well, how could the detective used it if they were found at the time here? Because recalling it's 5:14. Bruce Goodman himself couldn't have used that. That seems right. Otherwise, I just think we present his ID. That isn't it. Let's see. Texas AI 16.
What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said.
Makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows, this might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case.
Wouldn't that be nice? Nothing else on that. Let's present this. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
No, I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. And I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe there's something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. Doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo.
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodwin. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room is already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes. What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't gonna end well.
Well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police station at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Alana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness, observing the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Oh, shit. Now, I believe Goodman was still killed in there. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Okay, what are we looking at here? Right. Got me a little confused. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor?
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police station to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room, and I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
Oh boy. Well, we only took one L during that piece, so I'll take it. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
No, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
Got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
Better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my requests.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness? The Joe Dart killings, Jesus.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, but now that I brought you your stuff, you're gonna just ignore me?
Emma. But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana? This SL9 incident. Is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No. No, Lana. That's over with. No!
Emma, wait. She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gantz, Miles Edgeworth, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
Let's take a look at these. Close. Perpetrator Joe Dart. Crime serial murder sentenced to death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall, Jeb Bates. This strikes me as odd. Trial data. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Interesting. I'd better take a good look at this file. Yes, we will save. Alright, so I think this will be... I think there's only 2 parts to this day's trial. It said ladder, so yeah, I think we're good. So after this part, we'll call it. We'll wrap it up hopefully either on Thursday or Saturday.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear it howling, the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind. Never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean?
Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands.
No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime, in plain old English.
Alright, let's see what he's got to say.
My job is to keep a wary eye on the Bone Orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time I went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security system, the security cameras, and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you know about these.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks?
What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines, or following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Now, how exactly do you keep an eye on an evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy's a flair for the dramatic. It isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know joined the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, the day of the crime. And just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Is this a guy Void being fired? Alright, I feel like this is the evidence we do on this, but let me make sure. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism.
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. Couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles can't be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that you mention it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that part of Vangole Sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not at all. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, Did you not want to raise this year? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall?
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card at my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Or use it though, I'd better up the ante. I think once we get the ball rolling, things will be a bit easier, but right now I'm trying to figure out what exactly is the thread they want me to pursue. I feel like it's... I feel like we need to use the ID card record here. It's that and this, that would seem to indicate. There's nothing here that we can use. Present this. Okay, it has to be the handprint then. Because what we have to prove right now is that he did go in there. Doesn't work. Okay, let's... Obviously we need to go through his whole testimony again, pressing. Selected to keep an eye on evidence room. That would be work with there. Okay, the crime. He didn't update his testimony, so I don't think I'm supposed to focus on the camera part. This is difficult. Alright, I think we have to press him on... At the street side saloon, time went down. How can we contradict this? God, this is rough. So this is our trump card, and he's saying not to play that yet, so we have to use some other piece of evidence here. God, I'm really up shit's creek on this. Does this give us anything we can work with? Press once again. What are you doing at a place like that? Spaghetti. I don't have anything that can pin him as being elsewhere. I just don't think. This isn't the right answer. I really shouldn't pick it. Oh, it is the right answer. Okay. Well, the game really threw me off there. I was pretty sure the prints were used, but Phoenix kept saying, "No, I've got to wait. I've got to up the ante." All right. Well, regardless, we got there. It took way longer than it should have, so. All right, let me clear my throat first. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? that is you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. Yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a Luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness' explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Alright. And that's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yep, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That locker I used, that's the locker I used when I was a detective. Locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It's strange that my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. I must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker's covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
He's right. Although seemingly unlike, they're totally different. Or seemingly alike, they're totally different.
Let's see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? Now, I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. And that's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of our Officer Marshal's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. You starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully what you're going to do with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
I honestly don't know. It's gonna take me a minute here. Just fast forward. It's odd, you never see the person leave. I think that's it there. You don't see anything at the end. I thought I paused it. I rewind, damn it. Wait a minute. Hold up. On the back. Okay. So we can clearly see the thing sticking out there. Now, the question is... We rewind. Ah, there we go. Righty. Bring our attention back to the security camera. There's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the
white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall. Sorry, I had to cough. You were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order. It seemed that hold your horses.
Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call you bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Well, fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner.
No.
Well, we got him.
Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself.
This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can.
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. Only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? What? Right here? Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I was so confused. I was like, isn't this obvious at this point? Like, why are we having to point this out? I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You got quite an imagination, partner.
We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
You'll only have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have odd evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Ah, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. Now I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in the disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video and the evidence is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so video's my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
It's not because of the glove. Meekins doesn't look to have anything on him. So he pulls out the knife and takes a slash. Meekins retaliates. Is thrown against that. He has blood on his arm. Goes for a stab. I feel like that has to be it. The fact that he got blood on him, he needed to wipe it off. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Knocked him out. Managed to escape, in which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. Wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there is one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance, so that's why Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So so you did it to fool the security camera.
The detective's ID card?
And I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman was filing out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slack. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
And by the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone according to plan, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
so what you're saying is, on that day,
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim that's showing up on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker.
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
what? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for these crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. Involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with the incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take a look at the files. I know why. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. The case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gann, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Yo, you're so close to Philly. Yeah, I know, right? Just a little bit more and we're gonna be there. But before that, I think we're gonna hopefully be able to get at least to the end of this day of the trial. If somehow I became affiliate before then, fucking awesome. But, you know, that's a little out of the scope of this stream for right now. Let's see. He was arranged and... wait, what? He was arranged... Why does that word feel weird? Whatever. He was arranged and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions.
There's more to my brother's death than what was in the records. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, that's one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime,
That means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department had been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimony of one of Miss Angel's stars is completely incontestable.
appreciate your effort in doing the different voices. Yeah, I figured I'd at least try to do it when we first started this game, and it doesn't make sense to try and jump off the train of that now. Now, are all the voices perfect? No. I wouldn't claim they are, but at the very least, hopefully they're distinct enough to hear a difference.
If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Now I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana's guilt.
Now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Your Honor, wait.
Emma?
The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Ooh, Edgeworth feeling really charitable today.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Drake?
Let me try that again.
Referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew that his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find anything?
No.
Huh?
Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
Yeah, it does bother me, actually.
Looking at the floor plan, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is that you're gasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
All this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question
is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
This one! What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Ranger, or the Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing all the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What?
So that means... just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put them there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma? On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murderer portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize the defense's claim, that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Miss Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
I'm gonna immediately jump to the proof. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
That would be this, Your Honor. Not that one. This. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to have entered it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... Let's see.
4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the Luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Well, let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7 sevens.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Give or take a 7.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose number is that.
That's 1 7 too many. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
But that's ridiculous. Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries.
That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Alright. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there.
Your own little executive. Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7 sevens.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SO9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Hmm?
Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant! What are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Shit. I'll be. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! Order! Order!
Ron's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom cannot be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Dropping bombshells in the courtroom. That's a crime. Alright. Well, as much as I'd love to complete the fucking investigation, or like the whole trial today, we're already 4 hours, 15 minutes in, and I feel like this is going to be another like 3 hours to get this done. At least 3 hours. Probably looking at more of 4. And, well, I have other responsibilities. So, we're going to have to postpone this trial until either next stream or the stream after. I don't like to say definitively it'll be done on Thursday, but there's a high chance it will. So, that'll be happening 10:30 p.m. EST, around about the same time as usual when we start up. Yeah, no, we're getting to the end of this. I think we've, honestly, for the most part, got a pretty decent idea of what's kind of going on. It's a big cover-up, for sure. It's just a question of who's doing the cover-up. And I feel like we're going to be calling Gant to our stand here very soon. Because Gant, I almost feel like Gant's trying to set it up to put the blame on Edgeworth here. Given that he almost seems to have intentionally been misleading Edgeworth. We don't know the reason why Edgeworth went and got that screwdriver earlier, and that's why he was on the report. We also don't know why he didn't directly send Meekins with the evidence saying that that evidence was relating to the day's current case. You have to remember, Gant also is a higher level. I mean, he's the chief of police, I believe. So I feel like there's almost this feud between the chief of, or like the police station and the prosecutor's office, and that's getting thrown right out into our faces right here. So that's just what I'm thinking so far. But again, we'll figure this out at the next time we do it. So everybody who's still watching, thanks for sticking around. Hope you had a good time. Virtually Neon, if you're still here, I appreciate the follow. I didn't call it out at the time because I don't have follow alerts. I actually navigated quickly over to the stream manager and saw. But yeah, no, appreciate the follow. And I hope that everybody has a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is for you, and that I catch you at the next stream. Until then, make sure you take care of yourself. Goodbye.